Hirap pala pag first timer. Uy, ko.
Pamasko na tayong handog. Bibili ka na ng mga tripod.
Meron ako dyan.
Para dyan may ano yung cellphone mo.
Wait lang. At ako'y mali ang aking. Wait lang. Ayun. Nadali. Diyan na lang. Ganyan na lang. Bakit may mouthwash tayo dun? Bakit may mouthwash? Tanggalin ko lang po yung mouthwash, ha? Saglit lang. Ay, Diyos ka. Ganito pala.
Naka-live ka na ba?
Oh, yes.
Doon? Diyan sa mga ano talaga dyan?
Oo, kuha ka lang dyan. Hindi ka... Okay. Braso mo lang ang nakikita. Don't worry.
Mama kita yung maitim kong kilikili dyan. Sabihin, ano ba yung pinapakita ni Inday Pilingera, maitim ng kilikili? Mamaya, ikaw pa mapagkamalang maitim ang kilikili.
Nasaan na yung pasaway na manunood? Ayun. Hello, 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 hello. Saan na sila? Ba yan? Iisa pa lang? Ikaw ba to? Asan sa wow. May ano? May pa special mention. The Traveler. Share a comment please para ma-follow ka nila. Alam ko na yung gagawin. Magmu-music na lang tayo.
Baka na makapiright ka.
Hindi. Background lang naman. Hindi naman. I-mute ko bigla.
Kaya nga mas maganda ka nagsasalita ka na. Yun na naging problema ng mga vlogger nung kay BBM. Bigla na patugtog ng music, lumayo sila kasi makaka-copyright eh.
Ang hirap-hirap naman.
Mo lang, tapos magsalita ka lang, magkwento ka lang dyan. Sabi mo, ito matagal pa rin sinusubayban. Silent LS mo. Oo. Eh, yun lang nakatulong sa halaman mo, wala namang nagsasalita dun. He's open sa gitna ano. Ilaw. Ano ko yung important sa dito.
Kaya mo kaya mo?
Papasain ka
Hindi naman gano'n.
Isda.
Ayun no. Siguro si ano na yun ay. May may nanunood at may thumbs up na.
Sabihin, maraming salamat po.
Maraming pong salamat. Whoever you are. Yung pala si Asan lang.
So ngayon, kagaya ng isa, mag-i-English ka lang. You need to,
Hello guys.
subscriber from outside world.
Oh yes, a subscriber from outside world.
Outside world. Sa labas na ng mundo.
Where is my subscriber from outside world? From Mars,
Venus, Earth.
Venus and Earth. Siguro dapat nasa higaan na ako kasi 1:49 na eh. Ano ba yan? Lipat na nga ako dyan. Ang dami kong ginawa. Dyan lang din pala sa higaan ang bagsak ko. Sa bed ko lang din pala ang bagsak ko. Yeah, dito tayo sa bed ko guys. Wait lang. Lipat tayo sa bed. Ay, sandali lang. This time I cried in my arms again. Lilipat na ako dito kaysa mga ngawit naman ako dyan.
Hindi, buksan mo lang yung laptop mo dyan. Ano? Tsaka sa cellphone mo.
Naka-phone siya. Phone na rin.
Saan siya nakaturo?
Doon pa rin. Yun o.
Ay, pala.
Pero siya yung naka-live.
So, meron ako dito ng tungtungan. Ito isa, oh.
Hindi, okay na.
Oh,
Tuntungan ng ano yan.
cellphone.
Ah,
Ay, no, gano'n, oh.
okay. Doon ko lang share.
Saan mo yan? Sa TV nga.
Hindi na pwede.
Hindi, magsasound ka? Hindi,
Hindi, magkaka-copyright kasi series eh.
Hindi, basta walang sound. Di ba okay, see? Alam ko basta walang sound.
Hindi. Nakaka-copyright. Kasi
Kahit walang sound?
camcording eh. Pwede kasi pwede na kasi i-download yung ano. Gusto ko sana ibahagi sa kanila yung favorite series na inabangan na sinasubaybay ko ngayon. Pero since hindi nga
Ay, hindi.
maaari.
Kahit yan, Rhea. Pero hindi mo itutusok maigi sa
Sa slide
TV.
lang.
Kalahati.
Oo, dito na lang ako. Dito na lang para lang.
Naiwan ko na naman yung mouthpiece ko.
Wait lang. Ito na. Ako ba o siya? Kumanta rin. Sa ating dalawa. Sometimes I need a friend just to make a truce. Patayin ko lang itong TV natin. Kasi hindi nga siya pwede. Kung gagawa ko doon. Saan yung pinapapanood ko? Sabi ko manood lang siya. Nawala. Hi guys. Ayan pala yung. Ayan, malapad-lapad naman yan. So, share na lang tayo dito sa bed ko. Dito na lang. Okay lang yan.
Buksan mo yung lampshade mo para kay paano liwanag.
Hi.
Kita mo si
Hi.
Ate, diba?
Hi.
Yung kanyang ano yung disco light?
Ah, yeah. Ang lampshade ni Inday. Nasaan ba yun? Oo nga pala. Magla-lampshade na muna tayo. Yukong-yuko pala to.
Hindi, ano mo, pagbalik na rin yun.
Ah, reverse.
Ay, reverse na.
Oh, yes. Ganyan na. Ayun. Ay, hindi. Ayun, okay lang. Okay na yun. Juicy pa ba? Ganda-ganda kaya ng... Ay! Tama ko. Sorry naman.
Kailangan ba pa kayo? Hindi,
Hindi naman.
Pahiga? Ihiga mo kaya? Pwede
Hindi.
Ha?
Hindi siya pwede pahiga.
Diyan ilagay. Yan.
Ayan. Okay na yan. Okay, may tissue. Hibla ng tissue. Ay!
Dapat may ano ka din dyan, tabla ka ng konti. Para hindi siya mag-ganyan.
Books ko na lang. Ito. Wow, books. Oo. Palabas na tayo. Ang dami-dami kong books na hindi ko pa... Ay, gano'n na lang kaya ang gagawin ko, guys. Tamang-tama. Magbasa pala ako. Oo. Kasi ang... Sorry naman. Someone gave me a lot of books. Pero kahit isa wala pa akong binasa. Sobrang nahiya naman ako sa sarili ko. Basahin ko nga pala. Pero in fairness naman pinakinggan ko naman yung yung audio na, yung books na binigay niya for audio. So, magpapailaw tayo ng lampshades kasi papatay tayo ng ilaw. Then, mag-reader tayo, no? Hindi na ako magaling. Huwag na ako masyadong husgahan. Yan.
Ba? Kailangan mo yung mga mga basher.
Oh, yes.
Ako yung number
With
1
bashers.
basher mo.
Aha. Ay. Ayan.
Sigurado ka makakatulog ako sa pag-i-istorya mo dyan, ha? Dali
Oo.
ako matulog.
Gandahan natin yun. Parang Dirchadeli. Ganon.
Si Chandeli talaga, ha?
Ah.
Yung mga subscriber ko, di na kilala si Chandeli. Magpapatulog ka rin na mabuhay siya.
Dirchadeli.
Dear Charo.
Ano ba? Ang libro ba? Meron din ano? Copyright? I don't think so naman. No?
Bali-bali na ko, ano na binabasa mo? Oo, kung nasa kalagitnaan.
Pero since wala yata dito. Sa likod lang. Ano ba? Dito. Pilit ko na.
Nasa safe.
Oh my gosh. Nilagay ko na yata sa may... Wala siya dito sa may drawer.
Basahan mo sila ng David Beckham books.
Gusto ko sana basahin yung ano,
David Beckham.
yung A Girl on the Train. Oh my gosh. Ang kapal nito. Posible namang matapos ko to.
Ako
That's very the finished
bukas,
challenge.
bukas, pagod na po ako. O, di para, iintayin nila kung ano yung istorya mo ng next chapter.
Oo nga. But where is my book? The Girl on the Train.
Mga 5 chapter ka na ngayon, 5 chapter. O, abangan nyo bukas ha, kung ano mangyayari.
Ang ganda-ganda ng mga libro ko na ilagay ko sa box. Bakit nasa box? Tanga-tanga naman talaga. Oh. Kaya nga libro, binabasa yung Inday eh. Wow. Ano pa to? The Face. Kilala mo ba si Jane Whitefield? Novel? Jane Whitefield, Generally. Half Indian. Ay, naku, Indian. Pahiram mo muna ako ng books mo dyan, di na nakalabas. Sayang naman. Ang purpose ko mo, ibasa ko yung libro niyo.
Ako may kayo kay Beckham, hindi ko yun ipapabasa sa'yo. Ibang papabasa ko.
Oo, hindi na si Beckham. Nakabox ka rin pala eh. Pero maladali lang.
Dito inatake ni Casey.
Isa lang. Yung manipis-nipis lang, please.
Walang matipis dyan. Hindi ko pa nababasa yung iba dito, huwag kang malakas
Sobrang
mag-story
makapal.
ha.
Mas makapal siya.
Hindi, 3 story to.
Huwag yung makapal masyado.
3 story niyan.
Baka
Makakapal na sila lahat, oh.
sunod na linggo ako matapos. Ayoko naman sobrang tagal. So ito na lang
Hindi,
talaga.
3 nga story nito. Dito ka lang, oh. Ay, tingnan mo, nandito na ako. Ano to, pera ko na to. Kanidyan dala.
Oo, yan dami kong books na ano. Alam ko nandito ngayon eh. Wait nga lang. Huwag na yan, Kat. Sobrang kapal pa yung books na sa books ko. Diyos ko. Ayan ako.
Ganito ako magbasa, syempre.
Ano
Ano
ba
ba?
pagkatapos niyan?
Ano ba to? Gone with the Wind. Oh, di ba may istorya nito, Gone with the Wind?
Gaano kakapal?
Kapal, syempre.
Kakapal na naman.
Hindi, wag mo tatapusin para nga bukas meron ka ulit istorya sa kanila. O, continue na tayo.
Yung A Girl in the Train sana kasi nasa movie yun eh.
Oy,
Bago yun.
panoorin mo muna to palabas ng Gone with the Wind. 3 hours to palabas na to. Napakasikat nito.
Patingin niya ng kapal-kapal din.
Gone with the Wind.
Parang ganito lang din, no?
Wala nga.
Ito na lang. Mas makapal yung iyo, Diyos ko.
Oh, makakapal nga ni bro.
Dalawang-
ba?
Tatlong buwan ako.
Wala akong-
3 buwan kong babasahin sa kanila
Alam
yan.
mo kung bakit, tingnan mo. Goodbye, sweetheart. The girl that left behind, keep smiling through. 3 istorya kasi nito. Eh, di basahin mo lang yung first story.
Ang makapal?
Oo.
Sobrang kapal ko.
Hindi. Ito ka lang, oh.
Nabasa mo na ba yan?
Hindi pa. Pati papakinggan kita, siguro di mo magandang ipagkaka-istorya mo nito, ah.
Parang kung si ano nagbasa niyan.
Kasi tingnan mo,
Nakaka-inlove talaga ako magbasa. Baka ma-inlove pa nga sila.
tingnan mo, iba na yung istorya niya. Tama ba ako? Lilian Harry. Pagdating mo dito, parang iba ng istorya niya. The girls they left behind na to. Kasi tatlo yan eh. Alam ko gano'n. Pero mo, chapter 2 ulit. Tapos may chapter 2 ka ulit dito. Ayan o. Magkakaroon ka ulit dito. Oops, ito ang aking bookmark.
Huwag na kasi binabasa mo ka. Salamat.
Hindi ko pa siya binabasa. Kaya ako to binila kasi gusto ko tatlong istorya. Kasi pag na-frustrate ako sa isang story, gusto ko may kasunod agad.
OMG naman. Ang dami kong libro. Pero yan, wala pa akong magagawa. Kung basahin lang talaga yan, kung anong nandyan na nakalabas. Oo nga, yan na lang. Kung basahin. Huwag na yung iyo kapal-kapal. Grabe naman. Akala ko yun parang, uso pa ba dati? Yung pocketbook lang.
Ay, wala ako noon.
Wala rin ako noon.
Ito mga pocket.
Hindi, I mean, para pocketbook lang kalaki.
Wala, ito bigay ni Tim, oh. Laki din. Stephen King.
Ah, pero maganda yan, ang Stephen King.
Oo.
Kaso lang ilang story yan.
So, The Dark Tower.
Ay, may movie yan. I already watched.
Ngayon, naalala mo yung kwento ko sa'yo. Minsan, pag nanonood ka, mag-vlog ka, huy, ganito. Diba? O ngayon, yan ang gagawin mo. Ngayon, ang istorya, ganito. Magbabasa ka ng 5. Siyempre, yung taong nakinig sa ka-istorya mo, o ano lang next, bukas na tayo. Di kayo aabangan ulit ikaw bukas. Kasi yung chapter mo, bukas mo
Nabasa, napanood ko na yan.
Napanood mo yan, nabasahin mo sa kanila.
Pero di ba dapat love story?
Stephen King.
Pero bago to. Okay guys, magbasa tayo ng Stephen King. Diyos ka! Ito niloob.
Oh my God, with the wind. I-search mo ito muna sa Google.
Maganda ba yan?
Yes, maganda ito, palabas na. I-search mo sa Google, ano yung istorya ng Gone with the Wind?
So may sa pilitan po dito. Magsi-search muna tayo.
Sa Gone with the Wind.
Gone as in gone na nawawala?
G-O-N-E.
Gone with the Wind.
Ano yun? Sikat na movie yan.
May pelikula siya ng 1939.
Yes. Kita mo 3 hours, pero sikat siya, di ba?
1939 American epic historical romance with adapted from 1936 novel by Margaret Mitchell. The film was produced. O sige na nga, ito 19 ano to, pero so yan 1939, grabe naman. Baka sabihin nila hindi pa ako natao niyan.
Since pinanood mo to, yan nabasahin mo. Panoorin mo to, tapos basahin mo yung libro.
Nabasa ko, napanood ko na to eh, yung The Stephen King Dark Tower. Alright, so anong gagawin natin? Diyos ko!
Mag-cancelo ka na rin.
Okay. Sana Tagalog lang, no? Baka sabihin nila, mabulol ako dito. Bahala nga kayo, dami ko. Baka kayo iniisip ko ng bongga. Sa pwede mo ba? Sa pwede ako.
Ano, ba't ka naman nagpatay? Paano mo mababasa?
Di ba may lampshade nga? Lampshade is more... Ay! Mami ko. Lampshade is more romantic. Wow. Wow. Right, just
Ang iba kong libro. Wala eh.
mas romantic si lampshade. So, well, mag-lampshade tayo. At ano tayo? Magbabasa tayo.
Lola ba siya?
Huwag ka mag-alala, mahina lang ang aking pagbabasa.
Mga kwento niya.
Hinaan ko lang yung mga kwento ni Lula Basyang. Aha. Pwede natin yung lampshade sa isa. Pag kumain ba ako ng mali, kakatihin ang aking lalamunan.
Of course. Bakit kakanta ka ba?
Malay mo naman, bigla akong magano dyan. Bahay ko ba kahit munti ang halaman doon? Wow. Ay, sari-sari. Magbabasa po tayo, guys. Ang ating libro ay...
Huwag mo kami isasama sa pagbabasa mo. Ikaw lang yung magbasa ka.
Pero grabe, alam mo ang aking...
Hindi mo naman siya pinahalagahan.
Pinahalagahan ko, kaya ko nga
Kung pinahalagahan mo, ako alam ko kung nasa si Beckham eh. At
Nasa
alam mo
box.
kung ano nalagyan ni Beckham? Special yan. Huh. Oh, papakita ko sa'yo.
Grabe, sikat, hinahamon niya ako. Sige na nga, kalkalin ko na nga.
Hindi mo kasi siya mahal.
Oy, grabe, mahal.
Hindi pwedeng mawalay sa akin si Beckham. Pwede naka-hand carry sa akin to. Oh,
Victoria, Victoria.
oh. Nakaganito to.
Grabe,
Ito yung cellphone na inano ni Beckham na pre-nomote niya. Meron ako nito. Razer. Hanggang ngayon gumagana to. Oh, Rhea.
Wow, grabe naman yan. Victoria!
Diba? Nakaganito yan. Special sa'yo siya lang nakaganito.
Kaya ko yun nilagay dyan sa drawer.
Kasi pinahalagaan libro mo. Ako hindi pwede. Mawawalan lahat ng libro ko si Beckham.
Grabe yun si Beckham na yan ah.
Yes. Oh, nakaganito yan. Nakaganito yan. Diba? Special.
Alam mo ba, meron pa nga akong Jane Austen, ang Pride and Prejudice na one of my favorite talaga. Hanapin ko nga siya. Hindi pwedeng hindi. Isa itong hamon.
Kasi kung ano ng loob, huwag ka ng loob. Mas maganda yung kabasa.
Babasa tayo guys. Balik tayo ng ibabalik ang kahapon. Na panahon. Pagkakataon. Dali lang, kakangkalin ko yung mga libro ko. Isa itong hamon. Bakit nasa... Ay, Diyos ko, nakabasa sila. Mayroong mayaman. Mayroong sa mundo.
Bagong-bagong kata.
Ang
Tsang daily talaga.
tapos baka wala dito, no? Andiyan pala sa ibang lagayan.
Kasi hindi mo pinahalagahan.
Sa sobrang halaga nga niya.
Hindi. Kung sobrang halaga, alam mo kung nasaan.
Pero bakit hindi ko talaga mawari? May, hindi to yung ibang libro. Bakit
Takte mo, alam ko kung
siya
nasaan
lang
yung libro ko.
mag-isa?
Si Casey nag-empake niyan. Pero alam ko kung nasaan. Alam ko rin kung nasaan yung mga maliliit ng Bible. Wow, with the lunch talaga gano'n.
Yes. Kakarinig natin to guys.
Pag gising ka pa ng alas 6, gisingin mo ko ha.
Babasa nga ako eh. I'm the reader tonight. I will be a reader.
Ano yan?
Ha?
Si Kate Winslet.
Reader. Ganda-ganda din nun. Panood mo ba yun? No? Bata pa yung jowa niya dun. Adik yan. Hindi nyo lang alam kung anong pinagdadaanan ko dito ngayon. Dahil sa ideyang pagbabasa na to, kinalkal ko po yung mga nakatago kong mga gamit dahil sa paghahanap ng libro.
Sa baul. Ang gamit sa baul.
Ang buhay ng tao mayroong mayaman, may sa mundo.
ba ako ngayon sa Pilipinas, kahit na dito ako matagal na, kaya ko sabihin sa iyo, pag ako nasa yung gamit ko.
Kaya mong alin?
Kaya ko sabihin, nasa yung gamit ko. Doon sa ibabaw ng cabinet, di ba, ng kwarto ko, may attached na cabinet doon. Sa pangatlo, sa may kanan mo, ando na mga bag ko. Sa ganito, may bag akong ganitong kulay. Kunin mo doon sa loob, may ganun ako doon.
Kakaayos ko lang. Saan yung libro ko? Wala dito.
Tapos, yung payo ko, nandun sa mga libro ko, nandun sa loob ng cabinet ko, nakalagay doon sa sa sako ng mga bag. Ando ng mga ko. Pakikuha yung payo ko, tapos pakipadala sa ganito. O, yung titulo yung lupa ng memorial, nasa ganito, nasa pulang folder, akin yung blue.
Wala yung libro ko dito. Nasaan siya?
Wala.
Bakit siya wala?
Hindi mo siya pinahalagahan. Pinapuntahan mo lang na hindi mo nga binasa. Kung pinahalagahan mo, sana binasa mo man mo.
Ang buhay ng tao mayroong mayaman.
Grabe. Alam mo nasaan? Parang nararamdaman ko nasa yung libro mo.
Nasaan?
Doon sa cabinet. Ay, doon sa kahon mong maliit. Yun na lang, hindi mo nakalagay.
Wala. Kasi bago, in-arrange ko pa yan dyan sa ano na yan. Pagdating dito, naka-ano na yan libro, cabinet na yan, ang box na yan eh. Never ko yan binuksan. Ang libro na arrange ko, ang mga libro na arrange ko yan dyan sa ilalim ng ano, pero hindi ko matandaan na niligpit ko. Bakit may naiwan akong isa?
Nasa safekeeping.
Baka hindi ko niligpit. Yun saan yung iba?
Asa ba mga... Hiwa-hiwala yung libro mo?
Hindi, dapat. Magkakasama yan sila. Kaya nga nagtaka ako bakit may isa dyan.
Sabi tayo sa ilay. Hindi naman mahilig magpasa ng libro si Abby.
Guys,
Hindi mo
nagkakangkal
mahilig.
pa ako dito kaya.
Hindi naman mahilig magpasa
Siya lang
ng
kayo
libro
dyan.
si Casey. Ako lang mahilig magbasa ng libro. O baka nandito. Dating pa siya.
Pinawisan ako.
Very good.
Cut slippers ko ka.
Ay, sorry. Sa'yo pa na to. Nagkapalit tayo ni slipper.
Sige. Ilabas ko na ito.
Yun. Unbox na. Unboxing na po. Saan na tayo mga sis?
Wala dito. Order kasi ano, 10.
Wali po. Mga mamshi, wala po siya mga mamshi. Mga sis, mga beshi.
Next lang kayo dyan. Hahanap ako ng libro. Magbabasa tayo.
Mamili po kayo anong gusto ninyo. Tatanong niyo sila, anong gusto mo babasahin para sa kanila. Oo nga, no, parang maganda Tagalog. Pero,
Practice naman.
Magbasa.
Kalat tuloy. Inubo ako.
bago.
Baby, I want you to love me the way that I love you. Turn around. Bago pa ako simula magbasa, uubuhin na ako.
Baka nagbabasa eh, bubo ka. Alam mo yan. Nakita mo na ba? Ibig sabihin, iba daw ang basahin mo.
Hindi pwede. Sisimula na ako eh. Pag yung bigan-bigan, papasahin kita. Guys, saglit lang guys, ha? At binibili pa lang yung libro. Girl on the train. La, la, la.
Mas maganda nga, ilagay mo yung camera mo sa lampshade mo.
Ako na, abot mo ba?
Oo.
Oh, siya.
Tamo si Casey, alam niya kung nasan tong drawing ni Papa P.
ngayon, bakit ako'y hindi magbabago? Tuloy ang nagmumuluhan nais umubos. Ang dating pagkakas iingat.
Sarap naman ito. Oh, sweet po. Wow,
Puti ang dala mo ng ano ngayon kaya. Hernet? Bago kayo ng kulay? Ganda tingnan ng puti. Mas ano. Kaso lang pag sa buhok siguro hindi maganda.
Oo, mas magaling.
Grabe, hindi ko siya makita. So, nandyan siya sa mga bagahe. Kamote, wala talaga.
Philippines. Ang haba tumila ako naman. Sabi, wait for the Philippines. Indonesia.
Panood yan. Galing nila mag-edit eh. Wala talaga.
Dito.
Where is my books? Basunod ko kami. So dito, bubuksan ko nga po. Ako na bala dito.
Sige lang. Ibalik mo lang ang ikot ng mundo.
Aba, 4 likes.
Kumukulay na yan.
Di-display ko sa aking halamanan.
Para pagbukas ng pinto, kumukulay din tayo. Diyan na.
Galing ko kay medyo. Ganda ba?
Oo.
Ang display ko rin sa halaman.
Oo nga. Ang cute.
Oh,
May bye-bye.
yes. Pag hindi pa naging on time ang halaman ko yan, buong ko na lang. Meron siyang white at meron siyang emoji na nagawa ko ng magandang greenhouse.
Hindi ko sa'yo.
Love and prejudice.
See, I told you nandiyan. Yan na lang kasi hindi mo nakalkal eh.
Jane Austen. Mag-Jane Austen na muna tayo or
Tanungin mo sila. Tapos, pag may sumagot,
Jane Austen and what are the other is ang dami.
pag may sumagot, o, di yun ang babasahin mo.
Where is my girl instrument? Doon naman tayo sa Jane Austen. I love it.
Ito pa nakahawakan sa Junjun.
Okay, so tayo ay magbabasa na. Okay. Okay guys, so meron tayo ditong tatlong books. Although the Stephen King is very
Nandyan na.
Oo, nandun sa box niya dito.
tapos meron tayong lipat natin dito sa lampshades. Ayan. Okay. Ito sikat na sikat po dito. Makikita po ninyo ito sa Netflix, sa kahit saang movie site, at At ang gaganda po ng kwento niyan. Yan ay sulat ni Jane Austen. So, yan naman na yung ating panood. Ating basahin pala. Sorry naman.
Nakita mo na pareha?
Ano yan?
Tingnan mo.
Sino yan? Grabe ka, sister. Halatado ka, sister. Ano sinasabi?
Madali nyo lang kung mahuhulaan, sister. Yung paborito nyong hinahawakan. Sus Marianet, bayag ba ating dito mo?
Hayop to si sister! Subayagan palagi niya
Teka lang.
hinahawakan. Rosario, siguro apelyido nito.
Sister naman, palaki mo masyado. Rosario mo apelido.
Sabi ko na nga.
Siya yung bago sa Kristan.
Sister, siya si Ronel ang bagong sakritan dito. Magandang araw po. Magandang araw rin sa'yo, iyo. Ano ang apelido mo? Madali nyo lang kung
Loko to si sister, ah. Sister, ah. Paghalata si sister.
Marianet,
Is Maria, sir.
Mhm.
May apelido bang ganun? Wala naman, di ba?
Oo nga. Masyado namang obvious ang ano. Dapat yun ba naman?
Oo.
Masyado namang binastos naman talaga, oh.
Oo.
Okay, guys. So, nasaan dito ang anong year ba tong isa? Ito yung isang panood ko. Ito yung pinakaluma. Hindi ko pa ito nang panood sa movie. Jane Austen. Oh, volume 1. So guys, ito yung ating babasahin. Ayan. Ayan. Isa sa mga favorite movies ko ito at saka well, hindi ko pa nababasa yung libro. Dati na ito sa akin pero hindi ko pa nababasa kaya babasahin natin. Samahan niyo ako sa nanonood at saka sa hindi pa nakapanood at manunood pa lang, panoorin po ninyo ang movie na to. Ganda nito. Volume 1. Kailangan ko bang gumamit ng headset sa pagbabasa? Para sigurong mas buo. Actually, hindi ko pa rin masubukan. First time ko to guys. Huwag niyo akong husgahan na.
Tama naman,
Chill.
para malaman mo kung ano yung
Chill lang kayo dyan.
kailangan mo pa lang naman ng headset.
Usually, alam ko nag-headset sila. Baka nagma-microphone ka dito. Kanilang pinaghahandaan. So, ako hahanda rin. Handa, takbo ako. Handa, takbo. Ayan pala yung headset ko. Babasa tayo. Hindi ako matalino ha. Ako'y wala lang kasi ako. Hindi ko alam kung anong dapat gawin para. Pero anyway, subukan natin. Sakali. Gamitan natin ang headset. Okay guys, babasahin na natin itong libro na ito. It is a truth universally acknowledged that a single man in possession of a good fortune must be in want of a wife. However, little known, the feeling or views of such a man may be in the first entering a neighborhood. This truth is so well fixed in the mind of the surrounding families that he is considered as the rightful property of someone or other of their daughter. My dear Mr. Bennet, said his lady to him one day, have you heard that Netherland Park is let at last? Mr. Bennet replied that he had not. But it is, returned she, for Mrs. Long has just been here and she told me all about it. Mr. Bennet made no answer. Do not you want to know who has taken it? Cried his wife impatiently. You want to tell me, and I have no objection to hearing it. This was invitation enough. Why, my dear? You must know. Mr. Long says that Netherfield is taken by a young man of large fortune from the north of England, that he came down on Monday in the chaise and for to see the place, and he was so much delighted with it that he agreed with Mr. Morris immediately that he is now take possession before, and some of his servant are to be in the house at the end of next week. Grabe, parang what is his name? Bingley. Is he married or single? Oh, single, my dear, to be sure. A single man of large fortune, 4 or 5 thousand a year. What a fine thing for our girls. How so? How can it affect him? My dear Mr. Bennet, replied his wife, how can you be so tiresome? You must know what I am thinking of his marrying one of them. Is that his design in settling here? Design? Nonsense! How can you talk so? But it is very likely that he may fall in love with one of them, and therefore you must visit him as soon as he comes. I see no occasion for that. You and the girls may go, or you may send them by themselves, which perhaps will be still better, for you are as handsome of any of them. Mr. Bingley might like you the best of the party. My dear, you flatter me. I certainly have had my share of beauty, but I do not pretend to be anything extraordinary now. When a woman has 5 grown-up daughters, she ought to give over thinking of her own beauty. In such cases, a woman has not often much beauty to think of. But, my dear, you must indeed go and see Mr. Bingley when he comes into the neighborhood. It is more than an engage for, I assure you. But consider our daughters. Only think that an establishment, it would be for one of them. Mr. William and Lady Lucas are determined to go, merely on that account, for generally, you know, to visit the newcomers. Indeed, you must go, for it will be impossible for us to visit him if you do not. You are over scrupulous, surely. I dare say Mr. Bingley will be very glad to see you. I will send I will send a few lines by you to assure him of many heartily consent of marrying whichever he chooses of the girls, though I must throw in good word for my little Lizzie. I desire you will do not such thing. Lizzie is not a bit better than the others, and I am sure she is not half so handsome as Jane, nor half so good humored as Lydia, but you are always giving her the presents. Sandali. I want to hear my voice. One moment. See if it is good enough. If it's not good enough, then we will stop reading. I want to hear my own voice. Alright. Alright, we'll continue. I am okay. It's not really good, but it's okay. They have none of them much to recommend them, replied he. They are all silly and ignorant like other girls, but Lizzie has something more of quickness than her sisters. Mr. Bennet, how can you abuse your own children in such a way? You take delight in vexing me. You have no compassion on my poor nerves. You mistake me, my dear. I have a high respect for your nerves. They are my old friends. I have heard you mention them with consideration this 20 years at last. Ah, you didn't know what I suffer, but I hope you will get over it and live to see many young men of 4,000 a year come into the neighborhood. It will be no use to us if 20 such should some if 20 such should come, since you will not visit them. Depend upon it, my dear. What when there are 20, I will visit them all. Mr. Bennet was so odd, a mixture of quick parts, sarcastic, humor, reserve, and caprice, that the experience of 20 years had been suffocating and sufficient to make his wife understand his character. Her mind was less difficult to develop. She was a woman of mean understanding, little information, and uncertain temper. When she was discontented, she fancied herself nervous. The business of her life was to get her daughters married. Its solace for visiting and news. Mr. Bennet was among the earliest of those who waited on Mr. Bingley. He had always intended to visit him, though to the last always assuring his wife and he should not go until the end evening after the visit was paid. She had no knowledge of it. It was then disclosed in the following manner. Observing his second daughter employed in trimming a hat, he suddenly addressed her with, I hope Mr. Bingley will like it, Lizzie. We are not in a way to know what Mr. Bingley likes, said her mother recently, since we are not to visit. But you forget, mamma, said Elizabeth, that we shall meet him at the assemblies, and that Mr. Long has promised to introduce him. I do not believe Mrs. Long will you do any such thing. She has two nieces of her own. She is a selfish, hypocritical woman, and I have no opinion of her. No more have I, Mr. Bennet, and I'm glad to find that you not depend on her serving. Mrs. Bennet dined to make any replies, but unable to contain herself, began scolding one of her daughters. Don't keep coughing so, Kitty. For heaven's sake, have a little compassion on my nerves. You tear them to pieces. Kitty has no discretion in her cough, said her father. She times them ill. I do not cough for my own amusement, replied Kitty fretfully. When is your next ball to be, Lizzie? Tomorrow for night. Tomorrow for night. Aye. So it is, cried her mother, and Mrs. Long does not come back till the day before, so it will be impossible for her to introduce him, for she will not know him herself. Then, my dear, you may have the advantage of your friend to introduce Mr. Bingley to her. Impossible, Mr. Bennet, impossible. When I am not acquainted with him myself, How can you be so teasing? I honor your circumpection. A fortnight acquaintance is certainly very little. One cannot know what a man really is by the end of the fortnight. But if we do not venture, somebody else will. And after all, Mrs. Long and her nieces must stand their chances. And therefore, as she will think it an act of kindness, if you decline the office, I will take it on myself. The girls stared at their father. Mr. Bennet said only, "Nonsense, nonsense." "What can be the meaning of the emphatic exclamation?" cried she. "Do you consider the forms of introduction, and the stress that is laid on them, as nonsense? I cannot quite agree with you there. What, you- what say you, Mary? For you are a young lady of deep reflection, I know, and read great books, and make extracts." Mary wished to say something very sensible, but knew not how. While Mary is adjusting her ideas, he continued, "Let us return to Mr. Bingley." "I am sick of Mr. Bingley," cried his wife. "I'm so sorry to hear that, but why did not you tell me so before? If I had known as much as this morning, I certainly would not have called on him. It is very unlucky, but as I have actually paid the visit, we cannot escape the acquaintance now." The astonishment of the ladies was just what he wished. That Mrs. Bennet perhaps surpassing the rest, though when the first tumult of joy was over, she began to declare that it was what she had expected all the while. "How good it was in you, my dear Mr. Bennet! But I knew I should persuade you at last. I was sure you love your girls too. To neglect such acquaintance. Well, how pleased I am. And it is such a good joke too, that you should have gone this morning and never said a word about it till now." Oh, I will pause for a while. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, tambay lang po. Thank you po. Marami pong salamat sa nanonood. Pasensya na ha. Sinisikap ko. Pagpatuloy po ako. "Now, Kitty, you may cough as much as you choose," said Mr. Bennet. As he spoke, he left the room, fatigued with the rapture of his wife. "What an excellent father you have, girls," she said, when the door was shut. "I didn't know you will ever make him amends of his kindness, or me either, for that matter. At our time of life, it is not so pleasant, I can tell you, to be making new acquaintances every day. But for your sake, we should do anything. Lydia, my love, though you are the youngest, I dare Mr. Bingley will dance with you at the next ball." "Oh," said Lydia, "I am not afraid, for that I am the youngest. I'm the tallest." The rest of the evening was spent in conjecturing how soon he would return Mr. Vinnet's visit, and determining that they should ask him to dinner. Not all that Mrs. Bennet, however, with the assistance of her 5 daughters, could ask in the subject was sufficient to draw from her husband any satisfactory description of Mr. Bingley. They attacked him in various ways, with barefaced question, igneous suppositions, and distant surmises, but he eluded the skill of them all, and they are at last obliged to accept the second-hand intelligence of their neighbor, Lady Lucas. Her report was highly favorable. Sir William had been delighted with them. He was quite young, wonderfully handsome, extremely agreeable, and to crown the whole, he meant to be At the next assembly with a large party, nothing could be more delightful. To be fond of dancing was a certain step toward falling in love and very lively hope of Mr. Bingley. Were entertained. If I can, s- if I can, but see one of my daughters happily settled at Netherlands, said Mr. Bennet to her husband, and all the others equally well married, I shall have nothing to wish for. In a few days, Mr. Bingley returned Mr. Bennet visit, and sat about 10 minutes with him in his library. He has entertained hopes of being admitted to a sight of the young ladies. Of those beauty he had heard much, but he saw only the father. The ladies were somewhat more fortunate, for they had the advantage of ascertaining from an upper window that he wore a blue coat and rode a black horse. An invitation to dinner was soon afterward dispatched, and already had Mr. Bennet planned the courses that we were to do, credit to her housekeeping. When an answer arrived, which differed it all, Mr. Bingley was obliged to be in the town the following day, and consequently unable to accept the honor of invitation. And and Mrs. Bennet was acquired disconcerted. She could not imagine what business he could have in town so soon after his arrival in Hertfordshire, and she began to fear that he might be always flying about one place to another, and never settled in Netherland as he ought to be. Lady Lucas acquainted her fears a little, bestirring the Lydia of his being gone to London, only to get a large party for the ball. And the report soon followed by Mr. Bingley was now being 12 ladies, 7 gentlemen with him to the assembly. The girls grieved over such a number of ladies, but were comforted the day before the ball by hearing that instead of 12, he had thought only 6 with them from London, his 5 sisters and a cousin. And when the party entered the assembly room, it consisted of only 5 altogether: Mr. Bingley, his 2 sisters, the husband of the eldest, and another young man. Mr. Bingley was good looking and gentleman like. He had a pleasant countenance and easy and affected manner. His sisters were fine women, with an air of decided fashion. His brother-in-law, Mr. Hart, merely looked a gentleman, but his friend Mr. Darcy soon drew the attention of the room by his fine, tall person, handsome features, noble man, and the report was in general circulation within 5 minutes after his entrance of his having 10,000 a year. And the gentleman pronounced him to be a fine figure of man. The ladies declared he was much handsome, that Mr. Bingley and he was looked at great admiration for about half the evening, till these manners gave a disgust which turned the tide of his popularity, for he was discovered to be proud, to be above the company and above being pleased, and not all the large estate of the British. Thank you po. Thank you, Every TV. Mr. Bingley had soon made himself acquainted with all the principal people in the room. He was lively and unreserved. Every dance was angry that the ball closed too early, and talked of giving one himself at Netherland. Such amiable qualities must speak for themselves. What a contrast between him and his friend. Mr. Darcy danced only once with Mrs. Hurst, and only with Mrs. Bingley, declined introduced to any other lady, and spent the rest of the evening in walking about the room, speaking occasionally to one of his own party. His character was decided. He was the proudest, most disagreeable man in the world, and everybody hoped that he would never come here again. Among the most violent against him was Mrs. Bennet, whose dislike of his general behavior was sharpened into particular resentment by his giving slight one of her daughters. Elizabeth Bennet had been obliged by the sarc. Thank you so much for giving me a heart. Thank you, Aero TV Mix Vlog. Elizabeth Bennet had been obliged by the scarcity of gentlemen to sit down for two dances, and during the part of the time, Mr. Darcy had been standing near enough for her to overhear a conversation between him and Mr. Bingley, who came from the dance for a few minutes to press his friend to join him. "Come, Darcy," said he, "I must have you dance. I hate to see you standing about by yourself in a stupid manner. You had much better dance. I certainly shall not. You know how I detest it, unless I am particularly acquainted with my partner. At such an assembly as this, it would be insupportable." A moment, I will reply. Right. Mr. Darcy had been standing near enough for her to overhear the conversation between him and Mr. Bingley, who came from the dance for a few minutes to press his friend to join. "Come, Darcy," she said, "I must have you dance. I hate to see you standing about by yourself in a stupid manner. You had much better dance. I certainly shall not. You know how I detest it, unless I particularly acquainted with my partner. At such an assembly as this, it would be insupportable. Your sisters are engaged, and there is no another woman in the room whom it would be not be punishment to me to stand up with. I would not be so fastidious as you are," cried Bingley. "For a kingdom, upon my honor, I never met with so many pleasant girls in my life as I have this evening, and there are several of them, you see, uncommonly pretty." "You are dancing with the only handsome girl in the room," said Mr. Darcy, looking at the eldest, Miss Bennet. "Oh, she is the most beautiful creature I ever beheld. But this one of her sisters sitting down just behind me, who is very pretty, I dare say, very agreeable. Do let me ask my partner to introduce you. Which do you mean?" And turning around, he looked for a moment at Elizabeth, till catching her eye, he withdrew his own and coldly said, "She is tolerable, but not handsome enough to tempt me. I am in you more a present to give consequence to young ladies who is lightly by other men." You had better return. You had better return to your partner and enjoy her smile, for you are wasting your time with me." Mr. Bingley followed his advice. Mr. Darcy walked off, and Elizabeth remained with no every cordial feeling towards him. She told the story, however, with great spirit among his friends,
for she had a lively, playful disposition which delighted in anything ridiculous. The evening altogether passed off pleasantly to the whole world, for the whole family. Mrs. Bennet had sent her eldest daughter, much admired by the Netherfield party. Mr. Bingley had danced with her twice, and she had been distinguished by his sister. Jane was as much gratified by this as her mother could be, though a quieter way. A quieter way. Elizabeth felt Jane pleasure. Mary had heard herself mentioned to Miss Bingley as the most accomplished girls in the neighborhood, and Catherine and Lydia had been fortunate enough to be never without partners, which was all that they had to yet learn to care for all at the ball. They returned therefore in good spirit, and Longbourn, the village where they lived, and of which they were the principal inhabitants, they find Mr. Bennet still up. With a book he was regardless of time, and on the present occasion he had a good deal of curiosity as to the event of the evening, which had raised such splendid expectation. He had rather hoped that all his wife's views on the stranger would be disappointed, but he soon found that he had a very different story to hear. "Oh, Mr. Bingley, my dear," as she entered the room, "we have had a most delightful evening, a most excellent ball. I wish you had been there. Jane was so admired, nothing could be like it. Everybody said how well she looked, and Mr. Bingley told her quite beautiful and danced with her twice. Only think of that, my dear. He actually danced with her twice, and she was the only creature in the room that he asked a second time. First of all, he asked Miss Lucas. I was so vexed to see him stand up with her, but however, he did not admire her at all indeed. Nobody can, you know. He seems quite stuck with Jane as she was going down the dance, so he inquired how she was and got introduced and asked her for the two next. Then the two third he danced with Miss King, and the two fourth with Maria Lucas, and the two fifth with Jane again, and the two sixth with Lizzie, and the prolonger. If he had any compassion for me, cried her husband impatiently, he would not have danced half so much. For God's sake, say no more of his partner. Oh, that he had sprained his ankle in the first dance. Oh, my dear, continued Mrs. Bingley, I am quite delighted with him. He is so excessively handsome, and his sisters are charming women. I never in my life saw anything more elegant than their dresses. I dare say the lace upon Mrs. Hunt's gown. Here she was interrupted again. Mr. Bennet protested against any description of finery. She was therefore obliged to seek another branch of the subject, and related, with much bitterness of spirit and some exaggeration, the shocking rudeness of Mr. Darcy. But I can assure you, she added, that Lizzie does not lose much by not suiting his fancy, for he is a most disagreeable, horrid man, not all worth pleasing, no high and so conceited that there was no enduring him. He walked here, he walked there, fancying himself so very great, not handsome enough to dance with. I wish you had been there, my dear. You had given him all of your citron. I quite detest a man. When Jane and Elizabeth were alone, the former, who had been cautious in her praise of Mr. Bingley before, expressed of her sister how very much she admired him. He is just what a young man ought to be. S- Sensible, good humored, lively, and I never saw such happy manners. So much ease, with such perfect good breeding. He is also handsome, replied Elizabeth, which a young man ought likewise to be, if he possibly can. His character is thereby complete. I was very much flattered by his asking me to dance a second time. I did not expect such a compliment. I was very much flattered by his asking me to dance second time. Did not you? I didn't. I did for you. But that is one great difference between us. Compliments always take you by surprise, and me never. What could be more natural than his asking you again? He could not help seeing that you were not about a 5 times as pretty as every other woman in the room. No thanks to his gallantry for that. Well, he certainly is very agreeable, and I have you live to like him. You have liked many a stupider person. Dora Lizzie, you are a great deal too up to know to like people in general. You never see a fault in anybody at the world are good and agreeable in your eyes. I never heard you speak ill of a human being in life. I would wish not to be hasty in assuring anyone, but I always speak that I think. I know you do, and it is that which makes the wonder, with your good sense, to be so honest, blind to the foolish nonsense of others. Affectation and of contour is common enough. One means in a very rare, but to be candid without ostentation or design, to take the good of everybody characters and make it still better, and say nothing of the bad belongs to you alone. And so, you like this man's sisters too, do you? Their manners are not equal to his. Certainly not. At first, they are a very pleasing woman when you converse with them. Miss Bingley is to live with her brother and keep his house, and I am so much mistaken if we shall not find a very charming neighbor in here. Elizabeth listened in silence, but was not convinced. Their behavior at the assembly had not been calculated to please in general, and with more quickness of observation and less sake of temper than her sister, and with a judgment by any attention to herself. She was very little disposed to approve them. There were, in fact, very fine ladies, not deficient in good humor when they were pleased, nor in the power of being agreeable were they choose it, but proud and conceited. They were rather handsome, had been educated at one of the first private seminars in town, had a fortune of £20,000, were in the habit of spending more than what they owed, of occasionally associating with people of rank, and were therefore is very respect entitled to think well of themselves, and mainly of others. They were at a respectable family in the north of England. As circumstances more doubly impressed of their memories. Then that their brother's fortune and their own had been acquired by trade. Mr. Bingley inherited property to the amount of nearly £100,000 from his father, who had intended to purchase an estate, but did not live to do it. Mr. Bingley intended it likewise, and sometimes made choice of his own country. But as he was now provided with a good house and liberty of a manor, it was doubtful to many of those who best knew the easiness of his temper, whether he might not spend the remainder of his stay at Netherfield and leave the next generation to purchase. His sister were very anxious of his having an estate of his own, but though he was an established and as a tenant, Miss Bingley was no means unwillingly to preside at his table. Nor was Mrs. Hartes, who had married a man of more fashion than fortune, less disposed to consider his house. Mr. Bingley had not been at age 2 years when he was tempted by an accident recommendation to look at Netherfield House. He did look at it, and to it for half an hour, was pleased with the situation in the principal room, satisfied with what the owners said in its praise, and took it immediately. Between him, Darcy, there was a very steady friendship, in spite of a great opposition of character. Bingley was endeared to Darcy by the easiness, openness, ductility of his temper, though no disposition could offer a greater contrast to his own, and though with his own he never appeared dissatisfied. On the strength of Darcy's regard, Bingley had the firmest reliance, and his judgment the highest opinion. In understanding, Darcy was the superior. Bingley was by no means deficient, but Darcy was clever. He was at the same time haughty, reserved, fastidious, and his manners, though well bred, were not inviting. In that respect, his friend had greatly the advantage. Bingley was sure of being liked wherever he appeared. Darcy was continually giving offence. The manner in which they spoke of the Meryton assembly was sufficient characters. Bingley had never met with pleasant people or prettier girls in his life. Everybody had been most kind and attentive to him. There had been no formality, no stiffness. He had soon felt acquainted with all the room, and as to Miss Bennet, he could not conceive an angel more beautiful. Darcy, on the contrary, had sent a collection of people in whom there was little beauty and no fashion, for none of whom he had felt the smallest interest, and from none received either attention or pleasure. Miss Bennet he acknowledged to be pretty, but she smiled too much. Mrs. Hart and her sister allowed it, to be so, but still they admired her and liked her, and pronounced her to be sweet girl, and one whom they should not object to know more of. Miss Bennet was therefore established as a very sweet girl, and her brother felt authorized by such commendation to think of her as he chose. Within a short walk of Longbourn lived a family with whom the Bennets were particularly intimate. Mr. William Lucas had been formerly in trade in Meryton, where he had made a tolerable fortune and risen to the honor of knighthood, but an address to the king during the mayoralty. The distinction had perhaps been felt too strongly. It had given time him to discuss to his business and to his residence in a small market town, and quitting them both, he had removed with his family to the house about a mile from Meryton, denominated from that period Lucas Lodge, where he could think with pleasure of his own importance, unshackled by business, occupy himself solely in being civil to all the world. For though ill laughter, but his rank, it did not render him superstitious. On the contrary, he was all attention to everybody, by nature inoffensive, friendly, and obliged. His presentation at St. James had made my card. Lady Lucas was a very good, kind woman, not too clever to be valuable neighbors to Mrs. Bennet. They had several children, the eldest of them a sensible, intelligent young woman about 27, was Elizabeth, intimate friends. That Miss Lucas's and Miss Bennet's should meet to talk over a ball was absolutely necessary. At the morning after assembly brought the former of Longbourn to her and to communicate. You began the evening well, Charlotte, said Mrs. Bennet, with a civil self-command to Miss Lucas. You were Mr. Bingley's first choice. Yes, but he seems to be like his second better. Oh, you mean Jane? I suppose because he danced with her twice. To be sure, that did seems as if he admired her. Indeed, I rather believe he did. I heard something about it. I hardly know. That's something about Mr. Robinson? Perhaps you mean what I've overheard between him and Mr. Robinson's. Did not I mention it to you? Mr. Robinson's asking him how he liked our marathon assemblies, and whether he did not think there were a great many pretty women in the room, which he thought the prettiest. And his answering immediately to the last question, oh, the eldest, Mrs. Bennet beyond a doubt. There cannot be two opinions at that point, upon my word. Well, that was very decided indeed. That those seems as if, but however, it may all come to nothing, you know. My overhearings were more to the purpose than yours, Eliza, said Charlotte. Mr. Darcy is not so well worth listening to as his friend as he. Poor Eliza, to be only one tolerable. I beg you would not put it into Lizzie head to be vexed by ill. quite a misfortune to be liked by him. Mrs. Long told me last night that he sat close to her for half an hour without once opening his lips. Are you quite sure, Mom? Is not there a little mistake? Said Jane. I certainly saw Mr. Darcy speaking to her. I will drink water. Ah, because she asked him as last how he liked Netherfield, and he could not help answering her. But she said he seems very angry of being spoke to. Miss Bingley told me, said by Jane, that he never speaks much unless among his intimate acquaintances. With them he is remarkably agreeable. I do not believe a word of it, my dear. If he had been so very agreeable, he would have talked to Mrs. Long. But I can guess how it was. Everybody says that he is eat up with pride. And I dare say he had heard somehow that Mrs. Long does not keep a carriage, that had come to the ball in a dog chase. I do not mind his not talking to Mrs. Long, said by Lucas. But I wish he had danced with Eliza. Another time, Lizzie, said her mother. I would not dance with him if I were you. I believe, Mom, I may safely promise you never to dance with him. His pride, said Miss Lucas, does not offend me so much as pride often does, because there is an excuse for it. One cannot wonder that so very fine a young man, with family, fortune, everything in his favor, should think highly of himself. If I may so express it, he has a right to be proud. That is very true, replied Elizabeth. I could easily forgive his pride if he had not mortified mine. Pride? Observe Mary, who piqued herself upon the solidity of her reflection. It is a very common failing, I believe. By all that I have ever read, I am convinced that it is very common indeed that human nature is particularly prone to it, and that there are very few of us who do not cherish a feeling of complacency on the score of some quality or other, real or imaginary. Vanity and pride are different things, though the word are often with synonymously. A person may be proud without being vain. Pride relates more to our opinion of ourselves, vanity to what we would have other things of us. If I were as rich as Mr. Darcy, cried the young Locust, who came with his sisters, I should not care how proud I was. I would keep a pack of foxhounds and drink a bottle of wine every day. You would drink a great deal more than I ought, said Mrs. Bennet. And if I were to see you at it, I should take away your bottle directly. The boy protested, and she should not. She continued to declare that she would, and the agreement indeed until only with a only with a visit. The ladies of Langston waited, and those of Netherfield. The visit was returned in due from Miss Bennet pleasing manners, grew in the goodwill of Mrs. Hart and Miss Bingley, and though the mother was found to be intolerable, and the younger sister not worth speaking to, a wish of being better acquainted with them was expressed toward the two eldest. By Jane, this attention was received with the greatest pleasure, but Elizabeth's still so superciliousness in their treatment of everybody, hard excepting even her sister, and could not like them, though their kindness to change such as it was had evolved as arising in all probability from the influence of their brother's admirations. It was generally evident whenever they met that he did admire her, and to her it was equally evident that Jane was shielding to the preference with so much turning, and was in a way to be very much in love, but she considered with pleasure that it was not likely to be discovered by the world in general, since Jane united with great strength of feeling, a composure of temper, and uniform cheerfulness of manner, which would guard her from the suspicions of the impertinent. She mentioned this is her friend Miss Lucas. It may perhaps be pleasant, replied Charlotte, to be able to impose on the public in such a case, but in sometimes I devastated to be very guarded. If a woman conceal her affection and the same skill from the object of it, she may lose an opportunity of fixing him, and it will not be but poor consolation to believe that word equally in the dark. There is so much of gratitude or vanity in almost every attachment that it is not safe to leave any to itself. We can all begin freely, slightly, preference is natural enough. Us who have hard enough to be really in love without encouragement. In 9 cases out of 10, a woman had better show more affection than he feels. Bingley likes your sister undoubtedly, but he may never do more than like her. If she does not help him on, but she does help him on as much as her nature will allow. If I can't perceive her regard for him, he must be simpleton indeed not to discover it too. Remember, Eliza, that he does not know Jane's disposition as you do. But if a woman is partial to a man and does not endeavor to conceal it, he must find it out. Perhaps he must, if he sees enough of her. But though Mr. Bingley and Jane meet tolerable often, it is never of many hours altogether, and as they always see each other in large mixed parties, it is impossible that every moment should be employed in conversing together. Jane should therefore make the most of every half hour which he can command his attention. When she is secure of him, there will be leisure of falling in love as much as she chooses. Short break. Thank you for watching. Thank you so much. Short break. Toilet break. One moment. Hindi. No. Tight lang. Lalim. Once. Kumat na na tayo. Oops. Okay. Sorry. Forgot. Okay. Pagpatuloy pa natin. Remember, Elisa, that he does not know Jane's disposition as you do. Uh, but if a woman is partial to a man, what does not endeavor to conceal it? He must find it out. Perhaps he must. But if he sees enough of her, but though Bingley and Jane met tolerably often, it is never not it is never for many hours altogether, as they always see each other than large mixed parties. It is impossible that every moment should be employed in conversing altogether. Jane should therefore make the most of every half hour in which she can command his attention. When she is secure of him, there will be leisure of falling in love as much as he chooses. Your plan is a good one, replied Elizabeth. Were nothing in question but the desire of being well married, and if I were determined to get a rich husband, or any husband, I dare say I should adopt it. But these are not Jane's feeling. She is not acting by design. As yet, she cannot even be certain of the degree of her own regard, nor of its reasonableness. She has known him only a fortnight. She danced 4 dances with him, and Mercy. She saw him one morning at his own house, and has since ti- dined in company with him 4 times. This is not quiet enough to make her understand his character. Not as you represented. She had merely dined with him. She might only have discovered whether he had a good appetite. But you must remember that 4 evenings they'd been also spent together, and 4 evenings they must do a great deal. Yes, this past 4 evening enabled them to entertain, to ascertain that they both like went on better than commerce. But with respect to any other leading characteristic, I do not imagine that much has been unfolded. Well, said Charlotte, I wish Jane success with all my heart. If she were married to him tomorrow, I would should think she has a good chance of happiness, as if she were to be studying his character for a 12-month. Happiness in marriage is entirely a matter of chance. If the disposition of the parties are ever so well known to each other, or ever too similar beforehand, if does not advance their felicity in the least, they always continue to grow sufficiently unlike afterwards to have their stare of vexation, and it is better to know a little possible of the defect of the person with whom you are to pass for your life. You make me laugh, Charlotte, but it is not sound. You know, it is not sound, and that you know never act in this way yourself. Occupied in deserving Mr. Bingley's attention to her sister, Elizabeth was far from suspecting that she was herself becoming an object of some interest in his eyes of his friend. Mr. Darcy had at first scarcely allowed her to be pretty. He looked at her without admiration at all. When the next they met, he looked at her only to criticize. But no sooner he had made it clear to himself that his friend that she had hardly a good feature in his eyes. Then he began to find it rendered uncommonly intelligent by the beautiful expression of her dark eyes. To this discovered succeeded some other equally mortifying, though he had detected with a critical eye more than one failure of perfect symmetry in her form. He was forced to acknowledge her figure to be light and pleasing, in spite of his asserting that her manner were not those of the fashionable world. He was caught of a sleepy moment. Sandali lang, maaaliwan. Mhm. Living good. Sandali lamang. Ito na. Okay. Oh, this she was perfectly unaware. To her, he was only the man who made himself agreeable nowhere, and who had not thought her handsome enough to dance with. He began to wish to know more of her, and the step towards conversing with her himself attended to her conversation with others. His doing it drew her notice. It was Mr. William Lucas, where a large party were assembled. What does Mr. Darcy mean? She, said she, Charlotte, by listening to her conversation with Colonel Foster. That is a question which Mr. Dante only can answer. But if he does not any more, I shall certainly let him know that I see what he is about. He has a very satirical eye. It is I do not begin of getting impertinent myself. I shall soon grow afraid of him. On his approaching them soon afterwards, though without seeming to have any intention of speaking, Miss Lucas defied her friend to mention such a subject to him, which immediately provoking Elizabeth to do it. She turned to him and said, Did not you think, Mr. Darcy, what I expect what I expressed myself uncommonly well just now? When I was teasing Colonel Foster to give us a ball of marathon with great energy, but it is a subject which I always makes a little energetic. You are severe on us. It will be in her turn to tease, Mrs. said Miss Lucas. I am going to open the instrument, Eliza, and you know what follows. You are a very strange creature, by the way, friend, always wanting me to play and sing before anybody and everybody. If my vanity had taken a musical turn, you would have been invaluable. But as it is, I would really rather not stand before those who must be in the habit of hearing the very best performance. Oh, Miss Lucas, persevering, however, she added, very well. If it must so, it must. I gravely glancing at Mr. Darcy. There is a fine old saying which everybody here is is of course familiar with. Give your breath to call your bridge. I shall keep mine to swell my song. Her performance was pleasing, though by no means capital after a song or two, and therefore she could reply to the entreaties of several that she would sing again. She was early succeeded in the instrument by her sister Mary, who having, in consequence of being the only plain one in the family, worked hard, knowledge and accomplishment, was always impatient for display. Mary had neither genius nor taste, and though vanity had given her application, it had given her likewise a pandemic ear and conceited manner. She would have enjoyed a higher degree of excellence than she had reached. Elizabeth, easy and unaffected, had been listening to with more pleasure, though not playing half so well, and Mary, at the end of a long concerto, was glad to purchase praise and gratitude by Scotch and Irish ears. At the request of her younger sister, who with some of the locusts and two other officers joined eagerly in dancing at the end of the room. Mr. Darcy stood near them in silence, indignation at such a mode of passing the evening, to the exclusion of all conversation that was too much engrossed by his own thoughts to perceive that Sir William Lucas was her neighbor. Sir William thus began. What a charming amusement for young people this is, Mr. Darcy. This is like a dancing after all. I consider it as one of the first refinement of polished societies. Certainly, sir. And it has the advantage also of being in vogue among the less polished societies in the world. Every savage can dance. Sir William only smiled. Your friend performed delightfully, he continued after a pause, and seeing Bingley joins the group, and I doubt that you are an adept in the science yourself, Mr. Darcy. You saw me dance at Marathon, I believe, sir. Yes, indeed, and received no inconsiderable pleasure from the sight. Do you often dance at St. James? Never, sir. You do not think it would be a proper compliment to the place. It is a compliment which I never pay to any place if I can avoid it. You have a house in town, I conclude. Mr. Darcy bowed. I had once some thoughts of fixing in town myself, for I am fond of superior society, but I did not feel quite certain that the air of London would agree with Lady Locust. He paused in hopes of answer, but his compassion was not disposed to make any, and Elizabeth at an instant moving toward him. He was struck with the notion of doing a very gallant thing, and called out to her, "My dear Eliza, what? Why are you not dancing, Mr. Darcy? You must allow me to present this young lady to you as very desirable partner. You cannot refuse to dance, I am sure, when so much beauty is before you." I taking her hand, he would have given it to me, to Mr. Darcy, who, though extremely surprised, was not unwillingly to receive, when he instantly drew back and said with some discomposure to Sir William, "Indeed, sir, I have not the least intention of dancing. I entreat you not to suppose that I move this way in order to beg a partner." Mr. Darcy, with gay propriety, requested to be allowed that honor of her hand, but in vain. Elizabeth was determined, nor did Sir William at all shake her purpose by his attempt to persuasions. "You excel so much in the dance, Miss Eliza, that is cruel to deny. The happiness of seeing you, and thus gentlemen dislike amusement in general. He can have no objection. I am sure he obliged us for 1/2 hour." "Mr. Darcy is all politeness," said Elizabeth, smiling. "He is, indeed. But considering the indulgement, my dear Miss Eliza, we cannot wonder at his compliances, for who would object to such a partner?" Elizabeth looked archy, and turned away. Her resistance had not endured with her the gentleman. He was thinking of her with some complacency when those accosted by Miss Bingley. "I can guess the subject of your reverie, I should imagine now. You are considering how unsupportive it would be to pass many evenings in this manner in such society, and indeed I am quite of your opinion. I was never more annoyed. The insipidity and yet the noise, the nothingness and yet self-importance of all these people What would I give to further strictures to them? Your conjecture is totally wrong, I assure you. My mind was more agreeably engaged. I have been meditating on the very good pleasure with a pair of fine eyes in the peace of a pretty woman can bestow. Miss Bingley immediately fixed her eyes on his face, and desired he would tell her that lady had a credit of inspiring such reflection. Mr. Darcy replied with great intrepidity, Miss Elizabeth Bennet? Miss Elizabeth Bennet, repeated Miss Bingley. I am all astonishment how long she has been such a favorite, and pray when I how I wish to joy. That is exactly a question I expected you to ask. A lady imagination is a very rapid. It jumps from admiration to love, from love to matrimony in a moment. I know you would be wishing me joy. Now, if you are so serious about it, I shall consider the matter of absolutely settled. You will have a charming mother-in-law indeed, and of course she will be always a Pemberley with you. He listened to her with perfect indifference, while she chose to entertain herself in this manner, and his composure convinced her that all was safe. Her wit flung long. Mr. Bennet properly consisted almost entirely in an estate of 2,000 a year, which unfortunately for his daughters was entailed in default of year's meal on a distant relations, and their mother fortune, though ample of her situation in life, could but ill supply of deficiency of his. Her father had been an attorney in Meryton, and had left her £4,000. She had a sister married to a Mr. Phillips who had been a clerk of their father and succeeded him in the business, and the brothers settled in London in respectable line of trade. The village of Langbourn was only 1 mile from Meryton, a most convenient distance for the young ladies who were unusually tempted 3 or 4 times a week to pay their duty to their aunt and to a milliner's shop just over the way. The two youngest of the family, Catherine and Lydia, were particularly frequent in their attention. In this attention, their minds were more vacant than their sisters, and when nothing better offered, a walk to Marathon was necessarily to amuse their morning hours and furnish conversation at the evening. And whoever bear up news of the country in general might be, they always contrive to learn some from their aunt. At present, indeed, they were well supplied both with news and happiness, and the recent arrival of the militia regiment. In the neighborhood, it was to remain the whole winter, and Marathon was hill headquarters. Their visit to Mr. Phillips will now productive of the most interesting intelligence. Every day added something to their knowledge of the officers' names and connections. Their lodging were not long a secret. A lot of them began to know the officers themselves. Mr. Phillips visited them all. As they opened to his nicest, sorry, a source of felicity unknown before. They could talk of nothing but officers. Mr. Bingley's large fortune, the mention of which gave Animation to their mother was wordless in their eyes when opposed to be regimental of an sign. After listening one morning to the refusions of their subject, Mr. Bennet coldly observed, "From all that I can collect by your manner of talking, you must be two of the slightest girls in the country. I have suspected in some time, but I am now convinced." Catherine was disconcerted and made no answer, but Lydia, with perfect indifference, continued to express her admiration of Captain Cartier and her hope of seeing him in the course of the day, as he was going the next morning to London. "I am astonished, my dear Mr. Bennet, that you should be ready to think your own children silly. If I wish to think slightly of anybody children's, it would not be of my own, however." Pakalobat na ako. Sadali lang. Check natin. Thank you for watching. Thank you so much for watching. Oh, I need to charge the phone a moment. I have to. Okay, so, lilipat natin ito yung phone. Sandali lang. Hello to you. Thank you so much for watching. Salamat sa pagtatambay, whoever you are. Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Alright, since I need to read here, near to my mobile, I have to alright. Okay. Sorry naman. Natanggal yung sas. it near to my presenter pillows. Okay. Tanggalin na yan. Hindi ko naman magagamit pala yung salamin kasi okay, sa akin. One moment. I will check my voice again if it is okay. Okay, so pagpatuloy na natin. Where am I? After listening, hey you. Who's that? Okay. After listening one morning to their effusion and this subject Mr. Bennett Collar observed. Oh, I'm done. Okay, this. Okay. Okay, I'm here. I'm done. If I wish to think slightly of anybody's children, it should not be of my own, whoever. That was the Mrs. Bennett actually. Alright. If my children are silly, I must hope to be always sensible of it. Yes. But as it happens, they are all of them very clever. This is the only point I flattered myself on which I would do not agree.
am I? My dear Mr. Bennet, you must not expect such girls to have the sense of their father and mother. Check ko lang ulit kasi wala na po akong headset. Okay, we'll continue. When they get to our age, I dare say they will not think about officers anymore than we do. I remember the time when I liked a red coat myself very well, and indeed so I do still at my heart. And if a smart young colonel with a 5 or 6 thousand a year should want one of my girls, I shall not say no to him. And I thought Colonel Foster looked very becoming the other night, and Sir William of his regiment. Mamma, cried Lydia, my aunt says that Colonel Foster and Captain Carter do not go often to Miss Watson, as they did when they first came. She said they are now very often standing at Clark Library. Mrs. Bennet was prevented replying by the entrance of the footman with a note for Miss Bennet. It came from Netherfield, and the servant waited for an answer. Mrs. Bennet's eyes sparkled with pleasure, and she was eagerly calling out while her daughter read it. Well, Jane, who is it from? What is it about? And what does this say? Well, Jane, make your haste and tell us. Make haste, my love. It is from Sir Bingley, Jane said, and then read it loud. My dear friend, if you are so compassionate as to dine today with Louisa and me, we shall be in danger of hitting each other for the rest of our lives. For a whole day, territory between two women can never end without a quarrel. Come as soon as you can at the receipt of this. My brother and the gentleman are to dine with the officers. Your ever
Caroline Bingley. With the officers? Cried Lydia. I wonder why Aunt did not tell us of that. Dining out, Mr. Bennet? That is very unlucky. Can I have the courage? Said Jane. No, my dear. You had better go on horseback, because seems likely to rain. Then you must stay all night. What would be a good scheme? Said Elizabeth, if you were sure that they would not offer to send her home. Oh, but the gentleman will have Mr. Bingley chase to go to Meryton, and the Hursts have no horses as theirs. I had much rather go in the coach. But, my dear, your father cannot spare the horses. I am sure they are wanted in the farm. Mr. Bennet are not they. They are wanted at the farm much oftener than I can get them. But if you have got them, they, Elizabeth, my mother's purpose will be answered. She did at last extort from her father and acknowledge that the horses were engaged. Jane was therefore obliged to go on horseback, and her mother attended her to the door with many cheerful prognostic of a bad day. Her hopes were answered. Jane had not been gone long before it rained hard. His sister was uneasy on her. Her mother was delighted. The rain continued the whole evening without intermission. Jane certainly got not back. This was a lucky idea of mine indeed, Mrs. Bennet more than once, as if the credit of making it rain were all her own. Till the next morning, however, she was not aware of all the felicity of her contrivance. Breakfast was scarcely over when a servant from Netherfield brought the following note for Elizabeth. My dearest Lizzie, I find myself very unwell this morning, which I suppose is to be imputed to me getting wet through yesterday. My kind friends will not hear of my returning home till I am better. They insist also on my seeing Mr. Jones. Therefore, do not be alarmed if you should hear of this having been to me, and expecting a sore throat and headache. There is much the matter with me. Well, my dear, your Jane. Well, my dear, Mr. Bennet, when Elizabeth had read the note, if your daughter should have a dangerous fit of illness, if she died, it should be a comfort to know that it was all in pursuit of Mr. Bingley and under your orders. Oh, I'm not at all afraid of her dying. People do not die of little drifting colds. She will not be taken good care of. She will be taken care as long as she stays there. It is very well. I would go and see her if I could. If I could have the courage. Elizabeth, feeling really anxious and determined to go her, sure the courage was not to be had, and she had no horsewoman. Walking of her only alternative, she declared of her resolution. How can you be so silly? Cried her mother, as to think of such a thing. It's all this dirt. You will not be fit to be seen when you get there. I shall be very fit to say Jane. She is, which is all I want. This is a hint to me, Lizzie, said the father, to send for the horses. No, indeed, I do not wish to avoid the walk. The distance is nothing. When one has a motive, only 3 miles. I shall be back by dinner. I admire the activity of your benevolence, observed Mary, but very impulse of feeling should be guided by reason and by opinion. Extortion should always be a proportion to what is required. We will go as far as Mariton with you, said Catherine and Lydia. Elizabeth accepted their company, and the 3 young ladies set off together. If we make haste, said Lydia, as they walked along, perhaps we may see something of Captain Carter before he goes. When Mariton departed, the 2 youngest repaired to the lodging of one of the officers' wives, and Elizabeth continued her work along, crossing field after field at a quick pace, jumping over stiles and springing over puddles with impatient activity, and finding herself at last within view of the house, with weary ankles, dirty stockings, and a face glowing with the warmth of exercise. She was sworn into the breakfast parlor, where all but Jane were assembled, and where her appearances created a great deal of surprise. That she should have walked 3 miles too early in the day, in such dirty weather, and herself, was almost incredible to Mrs. Harts and Mr. Bingley, and Elizabeth was convinced that they held here in contempt for it. She was received, however, very politely of them, and in their brother's manners was something better than politeness. There was good humor and kindness. Mr. Darcy said very little, and Mrs. Harris nothing at all. The former was divided between admiration and the brilliantly which exercise had given to her own complexion, and doubt to the occasion justifying her coming so far alone. The latter was thinking only of his breakfast. Her inquiries after her sister were not very favorable answered. Miss Bennet had slept ill, and though up, was very feverish and not well enough to leave her room. Elizabeth was glad to be taken to her immediately, and Jane, who had only been withheld by the fear of giving alarm or inconvenience from expressing of her note how much she longed for such a visit, was delighted of her entrance. She was not equal, however, she was not equal, however, too much conversation. When Miss Bingley left them together, could attempt little besides expression of gratitude for the extraordinary kindness she was treated with. Elizabeth silently attended her. When breakfast was over, they were joined by the sisters, and Elizabeth began to like them herself. She saw how much affection and solicitude they showed by Jane. The apothecary came and Camille summoned their patients, said, As might as you suppose, it be supposed that he have caught violent cold, and they must endeavor to get the better of it, advise her to return to bed, and promise her to some draughts. The advice was followed readily, for the feverish symptoms increased, and her headache acute. Elizabeth did not quit her room for a moment, nor were the other ladies, often absent. The gentlemen being out, they had in fact nothing to do elsewhere. When the clock struck 3, Elizabeth felt that she must go, and very unwillingly said so. Miss Bingley offered her the carriage, and she only wanted a little pressing to accept it. When Jane testified such concern in parting with her, that Miss Bingley was obliged to convert the offer of the chaise into an invitation to remain at Netherfield for the present, Elizabeth most thankfully consented, and a servant was dispatched to Longbourn to acquaint the family with her stay and bring back a supply of clothes. At 5 o'clock, the two ladies retired to dress, and at 6:30 Elizabeth was summoned to dinner. To the civil inquiries which the warden and the monks with, she had the pleasure of distinguishing the much superior solicitude of Mr. Bingley. She couldn't make a very favorable answer. Jane was by no means better. The sisters, on hearing this, repeated 3 or 4 times how much they were grieved, how shocking it was to have a bad cold, and how excessively they disliked being ill themselves, and then thought no more of the matter, and their indifference toward Jane, when not immediately before, restored Elizabeth to the enjoyment of all original dislike. Their brother, indeed, was the only one of the party whom she could regard with only complacency. His anxiety for Jane was evident, and his attention to herself was pleasing, and they prevented her feeling herself so much an intruder as she believed and she considered with the others. She had very little notice any from any but him. Miss Bingley was engrossed to Mr. Darcy, her sisters scarcely less so, and so for Mr. Hart, by whom Elizabeth sat. He was an indolent man, who lived only to eat, drink, and play at cards, who when he found himself a plain dish to a rug, but not to say to her. When dinner was over, she returned directly to Jane, and Miss Bingley began abusing her as soon as she was out of the room. Her manner were pronounced to be very bad indeed, a mixture of pride and impertinence. She had no conversation, no skill, no taste, no beauty. Mrs. Haas thought the same, and added, she had nothing, in short, to recommend her of being an excellent walker. I shall never forget the appearance this morning. She really looked almost wild. She did indeed, Louisa. I could hardly keep my countenance. Very nonsensical to come at all. Why must she scampering about the country? Because her sister had a cold? Her hair is so untidy, so blousy, Yes, and her petticoat. I hope you saw her petticoat, 6 inches deep in mud. I am absolutely certain that the gown which had been let down to hide it, not doing its office. Your picture may be very exactly Mrs. Bentley, but this is was all lost upon me. I thought Miss Elizabeth Bennet looked remarkably well, and she came into the room this morning. Her dirty petticoat quite escaped my notice. You observe it, Mr. Darcy, I am sure. I said, Miss Bingley, and I am inclined to think that you would not wish to see your sister make such an exhibition. Certainly not. To walk 3 miles and 4 miles and 5 miles, or whatever it is, above her ankles in dirt and alone, quite alone. What could she be mean by it? It seems to me to show the abominable sort of conceited independence, a most country-town indifference to decorum. It showed an affection for her sister that is very pleasing, said Miss Bingley. I am afraid, Mr. Darcy, observed Miss Bingley in a half whisper, that this adventure had rather affected your admiration of her eyes. Not at all, he replied. They were brightened by the exercise. A short pause followed the speech, and Mrs. Sons began again. I have an excessive regard for Jane Bennet. She is really a very sweet girl, and I wish with all my heart that she were well settled. But with such a father and mother and such low connection, I am afraid there is no chance of it. I think I have heard you say that their uncle is an attorney in Meryton. Yes, they have another who lives somewhere near Cheapside. That is a capital, added her sister, and paused to laugh heartily. If they had uncles enough to feel at Cheapside's, will it not be one of them less agreeable? But it must very materially lessen their chances of marrying men of any consideration in the world, replied Darcy. To this speech Bingley made no answer, but the sisters gave it their heartily assents, and indulged their mind for some time at the expense of their early friend. Vulgar relations. Ganon ba ako katagal na nagla-live? 1 hour. 1 hour na ako nagbabasa, guys. Paano katagal? 1 hour and 30 minutes? Is this correct? One moment. Sandali lang.
Napagod na ako kababasa. Aray ko.
Panoorin ko yung ano. Stop na muna tayo sa pagbabasa guys. Nasa page. Mata ko. Pero gusto ko pang manood ng Korean. Ng divorce attorney. Gusto ko yun. Ganda siya. Sa Netflix. Divorce attorney. Panoorin ko siya. Tignan natin yung mga libro. Wait lang. Toilet lang. Ayun. Kakatuwa. Andyan pa siya. Man pa. Ayun. Natin to dito. Nanuood ako ng isang episode ng Divorce Lawyer and Ganon guys. Panoorin niyo sa Netflix. Malamig. Wow, ako tatayan. Sorry, sorry. Mhm. Hello. Doon ako na. Chat lang kayo. Please. Yung attack niya, divorce attorney. Ang ganda yung divorce attorney, guys. Hindi yung panood niya. Series to. Wow. Jane Austen. Mami, antok na ako. Alright, we'll start the divorce. Ganun na ito, promise. Hindi kayo magbibig. Ang daming matututunan dito sa divorce. Attorney Shen. Kasi, although, syempre, marami din kaso naman, hindi pa siya English. Sana i-translate nila sa English. Katulad nung ang joke nila. Gusto ko yung actually na court. Mahilig ako sa mga courtroom series. Yung Suit, tapos ko na yun. How to Date a Wild Murder, tapos ko na. Chauvinil, Lincoln Lawyer. Yan na, tapos ko na yun. Maganda. Noorin niya. Nanonood daw po ako ng ano. Dito the horse. Corn show.
Salamat sa nanonood.
Na ako, guys. Okay muna. Yes, ma'am.